all silence your, can you all silence your phones? Thank you.
Put all our stuff in there. Straight all out. Yeah.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Check this out.
Testing.
Here we go. Technical difficulty. I didn't touch that one. It's 9:01 and we're calling the December 9th Board of Directors meeting to order. If we can all stand for a moment of silence. Pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas flag.
Here it is.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one community. It's Kevin?
Yes. We're just working my stuff, but it's broken. Them up and speak loudly. Look at that mic.
We have a quorum with all 5 members present. Let's start with has everyone had a chance to read the minutes?
Yes.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous? Secretary's report?
So the first thing I have is some correspondence from Alicia Christian, who has provided a memo to the board regarding the conditions of the grounds in Unit 1. And I'll just read it into the record. As a homeowner in Unit 1, I will say that I'm not only disappointed but embarrassed by the conditions of the grounds in Unit 1. Unit 1 is the largest unit on the fort with approximately 78 property owners, with many properties being multiple lots. We pay our monthly fees to the fort, as do all members, securing the contractual agreement we have with the fort to maintain our grounds. Unit 1 is a visual disaster with green spaces overgrown, sidewalks askew, mesquite seedlings out of control, growing piles of debris, dead trees along the creek, and the list continues. We have written letters and submitted work orders, but still do not get the attention needed, no, the attention required to keep this area manicured and safe. The overgrown brush and piles of debris are an invitation to unwanted and potentially dangerous creatures. Our parking lot in back by house number 150 is dangerous. We have huge potholes, which are a liability and an accident waiting to happen. Attached is a legal agreement between MUD and Port Clark Springs showing that all roads, parking lots, road signs, easements are the responsibility of the fort. The agreement also mentions speed bumps, which is a topic that should be revisited, especially for Fort Clark Road. I would like to have a board member assigned to our unit as a liaison to ensure that we get timely action on this long, sad saga. We need a walkthrough with someone to establish a cleanup of the green spaces surrounding our homes, a plan in place, a timeline, and a schedule for continual maintenance as we go forward. On a separate note, I visited Judge Schuster's office because I continue to hear that the county is responsible for the maintenance of Las Moras Creek. This is not so. According to Kinney County, the creek is the fort's responsibility. We must resolve this. What entity is responsible for the upkeep of Las Moras Creek? When might we expect an answer to this question? When the beds were dry, I personally picked up about 15 contractor bags full of trash, bottles, tires, cans, drop cloths, etc. This was gathered within an area of only about 100 yards and over a period of several weeks. Please note, this is not a complaint. This is an intense and desperate request for action. I would like to be an active part of any solution, as would some of our neighbors. So, there is much to discuss and much to act upon. I look forward to visiting with someone soon about the conditions of the solutions for Unit 1. Respectfully submitted the 18th day of November, 2023, Alicia Christian. Any comments about that?
Yeah, it's something we'll have to discuss and look into.
Well, I have a comment, and the comment that I have is that when I was, within a week after I was appointed to this board, I was confronted by 2 or 3 members who live in Unit 1. Their names, I'm sorry, I don't remember. I didn't have a chance to talk to them for very long, but it was made clear to me that Unit 1 has always been the stepchild of the fort, and that they believe that Unit 1 needs more attention, deserves more attention, and my personal observation is that I think a lot of what Ms. Christian said is true. So whatever we need, I'm happy to volunteer as the liaison to the board for Unit 1, and I intend to, particularly with this correspondence, I intend to reach out to Ms. Christian and see what I can do to further the necessary attention to Unit 1.
Thank you, Tony.
Real quick, Ms. Christian, has the caliche been thrown over there by the trash truck yet? It was supposed to be done about a month ago to make it easier for people to drive back there by the trash trailer.
I don't know. I don't think it's changed since I have been back there.
The short answer to that is no.
No, okay?
And
I didn't think so.
Yeah,
but
and
we discussed it at a manners meeting, if I'm not mistaken, and it was supposed to be done at least 2 months ago.
Well, I mean, yeah. And you walk back there and it's a third world country. I mean, that's it. I'm not gonna, don't get me started on that.
I frankly don't know how people maneuver into that spot where they can dump trash into the trailer and then get out without encountering some hazard. And it's embarrassing to me that it's not just a little pothole, it's a dip in the road. And it just seems like it's a continuing saga. It never gets the attention that it needs. There's no place to turn around, so you have to back out
Well,
of the spot.
EPA, I think, said that it needs to be dumped twice a week if we have that, and that's still not happening. I know Anna Martinez presented that a while back, and I know the whole trailer thing has been going on for a few years, according to Anna, way before you all and me, but it still hasn't it's not being picked up twice. Anyway, that's kind of a whole other subject that needs to be revisited, and Tom, you and I can certainly look into that.
Well, and we will, but you remember, I remember when I first became a member and was using the trash trailer to dump household garbage. It was sitting by the light pole in the parking lot. And for some reason, people could not find it within themselves to put their trash in the trailer. It was dumped by the light pole. And the last time, which was about a week ago, that I dumped some household garbage into the trailer, there was trash outside of the trailer, everywhere surrounding the trailer. It is a pathetic sight.
Well, and the Cavalry Brigade last year and with members of Unit 1, went through, and we did a great job cleaning it up.
Oh,
It needs to be done again.
Yeah, I realize that. And someone recently provided me with a picture of what looked like that pole
Oh, yeah, it's got hit.
having been hit and damaged. And did we ever figure out how that happened?
No, but I did send that to text to Philip to call AEP, and I haven't gotten I haven't asked him, and he hasn't given us a response regarding if AEP is gonna go and fix it, or address it or whatever else.
Well, it's pretty seriously damaged. It's not just a little nick on it. There's a big slice of the pole that was knocked off. I'm curious how it possibly could have happened that way.
Mr. Christensen, regarding Unit 1 is, and I'm not, I don't know if you would know this or not, but why would anybody in Unit 1 be putting their trash outside the trash trailer instead of inside the trash trailer?
I don't know why they would. I mean, maybe there's a quick education that I don't think that's happening in Unit 1. I don't know.
Unless it's outsiders.
I was told that it kind of backs up by the gate and people can't be bothered with throwing it deeper in the trailer and whatnot, and they just throw it there.
No, that's not true at all. It has a gate on the side of the trailer that
Which people
opens.
leave open a
Yeah,
lot.
And then raccoons get in there.
Yeah, what?
Raccoons
get in
there.
Yeah, and I can see that could be a problem, but it's not the raccoons that are leaving the large bags of trash sitting right outside.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think a camera is the answer of animal cam, whatever they're called, the game cam. Because I understand from Mr. Peterson, whether that's true or not, that they've been stolen when they installed them. So
That's not true.
anyway,
Okay,
Whenever it's
lots to discuss.
enough on the trash.
Thank you.
Continue with these architectural.
Not yet.
Oh, no. I think that's all that I have.
Thank you. Jason, are you ready with the?
Yes, okay, so I'm gonna give a bit more of a visual treasury report because a concerned member contacted us and said there's a rumor, heard it from a friend who heard we've been messing around and such, that the bank was depleted and Fort Clark was bankrupt and all of this, even though Prop 209 allows you to request bank statements, P&L, potentially other documents. So if you don't trust the numbers, ask for the actual documentation. This thing sounds like a jet aircraft. Hang on. Here we go.
Want the lights on?
Yeah, sure, it's not going long.
Is there music?
Next time, Bo. I can dance if y'all want. This thing just did. So, and there's some printouts of this in the back. And
Oh, sorry.
okay. Okay. So what this is that I was able to get from Cindy 112 bank statements going back to August 2022. I programmatically stripped out all the totals, average balances for each account going back to August 2022. Created this stacked bar chart for the different accounts. This is a money market account. You won't be able to see it because it's dwarfed with only $10,000 in there, not really earning anything. This is the impound account that we keep. What do we keep in there? Partial assessment payments, or what is it?
It's the restricted money for capital.
Okay. This is a general fund, which is same. These are two big money stacks that are not really earning a lot of interest in there. So you can see we were just kind of going down a bit, then we got that ERC money, and then we're still going down a bit over there overall. I'll consider publishing this to the
What are the totals, Jason?
okay, totals. So we were to touch that and see that the ending balance of this particular account was, of the impound account, was $300,000. The total monthly balance of all the accounts is $996,638 ending in November. To go back to this month, we had $1,000,006, which is what I 60, which is what I reported last time. Before 1.2, 1.2, up to the max of ending balance of $1.38 million. So that's just a breakdown of what we've got going on in those bank accounts. Scroll down here is the proposal I would like to recommend. I personally put all my money in Fidelity SPACs. It's a very safe money market accounts that it's based on very fastly traded government-backed treasury bills and government securities. So unless the government goes bankrupt, there's like really absolutely no chance for loss. If you look at their spec sheet, it's one of the lowest, absolutely lowest risk things you can do. As a matter of fact, it's not even something you buy. You just flip a thing in your bank account and say, I'd like to have this in cash and get just a little bit of weak interest. Or they're paying at this moment 5% APR. Now, if you think about how much money we've got sitting around, and I did, they're sitting in the general account that we have at Bank and Trust. Zero APR. That's over $2,000 in 1 month from that one account. It could have been gotten from there. Now, if we add up all these all over the years, we're about 35 grand since August 2022 that has not been realized because we're sitting in here on these accounts that have basically low or no yield. If we look here, and I'm happy to speak with anyone in detail on this. You can email me at treasurer@fortclark.com. I would like to have a lot more interaction with the membership on these matters. The truth is, when I got here and was appointed treasurer, I didn't really give a crap about being treasurer. That's the honest truth. I wanted to fix the technology. I wanted to do these other things. I thought about it. And after reviewing our documents, if you'll look at it, our founding fathers state that the board could appoint one or more assistant treasurers. So maybe they thought this treasurer job was kind of a big deal. Maybe if we had solid treasurers over the years and assistant treasurers, maybe we wouldn't be spending 100 grand on audits and accountants to straighten out our business. But if you look, we only have 2 accounts that get anything. MMK, which is our money market account, which is probably something more similar to the Fidelity option. We got 10 grand sitting in there, making $7 a month. Ooh, great. The impound accounts are getting about back in the beginning of in the end of 2022, they weren't really getting much interest or whatever. And it grew when the feds raised the interest rates to fight inflation and whatnot. All these things started perking up. Well, those 2 accounts that we have, that's about 1.2%. And 1% is paying 5. So I'd very much like to investigate what we can do to put our money somewhere where it earns us a little bit of juice. Now this graph here, this is just all the different bank accounts that we have. Now these are interactive. This is a website, but it's running off my laptop at this moment. It could be published for the members to look at anytime they want. As a matter of fact, all the documents that we can request from Prop 209, I don't see why we don't just publish those to the memberships for them to download and look at anytime they want. They want to show them to their CPA. They want to read them while they're in the bathroom. I don't care. Please look into stuff. You want to know? Get into it. Point it out. I'd love to try to fix any issues you find. So if we were to go over here and turn off the general account and the impound account, now we start to see things going. So let's see. I'll just start turning a few more. Turn off this check. So there's the historical s'mores there. There's the money market account that we have, and that's the balances that we were. No, that's it's got the wrong title on there. That's the interest. No, that's the change. Oh, that's the change. Sorry, that's the change in the monthly balance of the money market account. Which is look at what we're getting off of that thing: $2, $4, $6, $8 per month off of our investment account, which got 10 grand sitting in there, basically not doing much. Here's the one for the bar, money going up and down. Here's the impound account, which is the restricted fund. You can see where we got that ERC money in June, and then recently we had to transfer that into the general fund for, I don't know, some reasons. But at any rate, This is our credit card account, which is very confusing because it's not a credit card balance. When I looked at these daily totals, I was, oh my God, we owe $100,000 in credit card. Whoa, no, that's not what it is. It's actually a dump for all the credit card transaction money that when people pay their assessments and such, that gets dumped into an account, which in my opinion should be immediately swept out into a money market account, start earning some more juice. So that's the treasury report. I went through, cranked out some numbers, and that's what I found. So, yes, ma'am.
Jason, is there, on the account you were talking about, the investment you were talking about, is there a penalty to withdraw money from that?
No,
Is
absolutely
there-
not. Fidelity is absolutely the best bank in the world, and I don't know, in the world, let's say, but no ingoing, outgoing wire transfer fees, no check fees, no debit card fees, no minimum balance, nothing like bank and trust. If we look at the historical account, you'll see the money's just sitting there, $88 sitting in the historical account. But then they didn't make any transactions for a while, so it's like, oh, you didn't do enough stuff in the account. We charge you $10. That's how Bank and Trust does.
Yeah.
I can't stand them. So that's fine. If they're watching this, sorry. And so Fidelity charged for nothing. And if you want to call and talk to them, it's the second largest investment firm in the country. You could call them up and speak to them for 3 hours. Hey, what is SPACs? Would I use this? Do you have any better options? What is this? What is that? They're happy to answer questions. And it's not dealing with the local person who, I found local people, some of them might be a little lacking in their knowledge and motivation. So they have a sheet that shows all the yield over time for that kind of a money market thing that they have. It's called SPAXX. I'll be happy to send you a direct link to that. We can discuss it, get your financial people to discuss it. Let's open it up and see if we got that idea or we have a better idea. But I don't want to leave several $1,000s on the table every month. That could fix something in Unit 1, or maybe Unit 3. All right.
Jason, going back to the first.
Yeah, I'll go
graph.
back. This
So
one.
for the last 3 or 4 months, we've been on a downward trajectory, right? We're losing money.
I mean, we're spending.
we're spending money.
Let's say we're investing money in our future. That sounds a little better.
Yeah.
But we broke them in this month.
Yes, we dropped it below $1 million. All right. Does anyone have any questions on that?
Mhm.
Yes, ma'am.
On the general account, there's a huge difference. We weren't here for the last 6 months. The difference between the impound and then the general account, what was the main reason that it dropped like that?
I didn't.
That was the ERC money that we put in there, but it can't be in there because that's a restricted fund. So it was moved over to the general fund. So we're setting up a separate account to put that ERC money in. So
You can't really do much for the general account, because basically that's our operating money.
yeah, the general and the credit card, they're basically the operating.
That's fine, but the Fidelity account's like a normal account. You want to pull $100,000 into something and pay your payroll with it or whatever. That's not going to cost any money. If you're too impatient, wire it through. If you want to wait 2 days, I swap money between all my other business accounts: Chase, Wells Fargo, Fidelity. I mean, they're linked. I just go transfer $50,000 here, there. It's over there now. Pay for that. But I don't have it sitting in my checking account or sitting in some low yield account, just wasting money that could have been paid. So there's got to be something a little bit better than what we have been doing in the past.
Well, thanks for looking into that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You mind if I-
Yeah, I'm just curious,
Assistant
because I
Treasurer.
And
have.
my assistant treasurer / director has something to say.
Oh, hold on, I Sandy, I
Yeah.
pointed at
You
Sandy.
got something.
Oh, thank you. Unless I'm reading these wrong, there's been a $250,000 to $300,000 hit in total funds since September, and that's a pretty big dip. Unusual for that short a period of time. Did you make a major purchase that I?
Well, yeah, that's what I kind of wanted to fill everybody in on, because I mean, obviously, they're gonna have concerns. So,
My second question is, I wanted to remind you guys that it's no longer called an impound account. That was an incorrect name.
Right.
As pointed out by auditors, it has become restricted.
That's what it says on the bank.
It's just what the
Yeah.
bank, what it's named, yeah.
I mean, I actually didn't know how many bank accounts we had, what the labels were and all this, but yes, I'd like to make it clear exactly what the accounts are for and what they're called and maybe it's called credit card dump account or credit card temporary storage account, not just credit card, because I was extremely confused when I'm looking at these things. What do we do? 100 grand on credit? I mean, what are we wasting on juice on that? 18% or something? No, that's not what it is. It's
How many bank accounts were there?
7 accounts.
7 accounts. And what banks are handling our accounts?
Texas Community or something,
Bank and Trust.
and Bank and Trust.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, sir.
You guys account for your PayPal account, you guys? Or did you guys actually shut it down?
I wasn't aware of a PayPal
There was a
account.
PayPal account started, I don't know, 7 years ago. There was money in
I'm not sure. When I asked Cindy for the bank, she just gave me these 7. I've never seen that on any papers.
it.
I'll look
That was
into
shut
it.
down.
Was the shutdown? Who said it
It
was
was
shut down?
shut
It was supposed to have been.
It
Okay,
was supposed to be shut, they were supposed to take the money out of it, shut down. I
okay.
didn't know if it ever happened.
I've never heard of it, so maybe it was gone before my time.
Okay, just some of the more formal stuff that, maybe the more granular stuff. There was one lot sale this last month for $1,400. If everybody's pretty used to looking at these, the profit and loss statement, just kind of going through this, the motel made, in November, $23,000 in gross revenue, $23,946. In November last year, $24,763. The RV park is up about 10,000 from last year due to the solar farm traffic. The golf course revenue is up about $10,000 from last year. I'm just kind of go through the larger stuff. Admin on our expenditure side, admin spent about $8,000 less than we had spent in previous years, or in November fiscal year last year. And I do have a question about this, Lisa. It shows for November, it shows our tax payment of $135,392.
That hasn't been, the accountant hasn't fixed.
Okay.
There was an accrual. It should go against
Yeah.
what was
So,
accrued, yes.
but then in last year's profit and loss, it shows it just as a payment of $9,335. So if anybody looks at this and you kind of have some questions, we're trying to overhaul the entire accounting system so that there isn't. I guess maybe the way that I understand it is that this report has never been accurate in at least 10, 15 years.
25.
Probably.
Maybe
25.
longer. The report's never been accurate. So the goal of what really Lisa's spearheading and Jason is spearheading, trying to get this figured out, is that when we read this to you, we hand this out to the membership, and it's available for you at every board meeting, that this is very, very, it's as accurate as your own bank account. And it'll get to that point, but it'll take a little bit more time and training and this and that. And that's the whole goal of Triumvir, is to make this accurate, and to where you can take this home as it's supplied to you, and you can count on these numbers being accurate.
Why no payroll expenses for the loan?
I think,
They're not
Check that.
here. Well, there was last year, we
No,
had
it's,
92,000 last year.
yeah, it's on there on page
oh, no,
2.
that's the previous.
The payroll expenses are $112,509.
That's from the previous.
That's previous year.
That was for,
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's for 22.
wouldn't that?
That is probably, we are in the middle of the transition between the old account and the new account. Next month, everything, it will be in the new account, the new QuickBooks account, not bank account. So that probably the entry hasn't been made in this one.
Wouldn't that, 100,000+ sort of skew the total then?
No, I think it's being accounted for. It's just not being represented in this.
Represented here.
in this
Just
sheet.
like the tax payment of 135 isn't, I know it sounds confusing, but that's a journal entry that should have been made because the money's been accrued. Like I said, this is not, because of what, we're also going to a cash basis, which means what you see is what you get. Right now, when you're looking at your assessments, all you're seeing is what we invoice, not what we actually collected.
Well,
So
and
that's another reason why it's not.
if you go up above that and you think, oh man, there's something crazy going on here. If you look at just the gross profit, there's only a $6,000 difference. So obviously, there's not some major discrepancy. It's just not represented in here yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we're talking about that, Lisa just mentioned it, the issue of the transferring of the QuickBooks and stuff. I encourage everyone, especially everyone out there in TV land, double check your accounts here. Make sure everything's accurate. Make sure you're current, everybody's current. Double check your own stuff with the Ford. I encourage everyone to do that. I don't think there's any real major problems, but it's good for everyone to be knowledgeable of that, to double check your accounts, please.
Whenever you make such a big change in our system, there's going to be blips for the first month. And everything is being done to make sure that it's correct, but there could be a double posting for an assessment that we'll correct.
And we are, just a second, Bill, we are behind on a lot of things. Obviously, you're all here because you're concerned about it. So just a few things off the top of my head. This is not by any means all of them, but we've spent $13,000 fixing the backhoe, $16,000 fixing the trash truck, $15,000 for a new mower, which we probably need a couple more, $3,000 on tires, roughly $1,000 on audits, about $15,000 to $20,000 on supplies that the golf course is needed, $10,000 plus in overall rental for the backhoe that we've had for 3 or 4 months while the other one gets fixed, $10,000 for Triumvir to start their process, about $6,000 in tax accountants, $9,000 in a previous lawyer bill. So there's that, that's roughly 150 grand. So when you see that dip in this account, that's us trying to get stuff moving in the right direction. So it's not, and this is not all of them, but these are a lot of the big purchases that have come, that are desperately needed. They're not things that we,
John,
that
in
you
regards
think.
to the account, the total we're going to pay the account is $60,000.
Is it total 60?
It's $60,000.
For both audits.
Both audits.
That's right within the range.
Right, and that is the range. But hopefully with Triumvir fixing what they fix and making it much easier, that next year our audit will be in the low 20s. And so then every year we'll get that investment back, hopefully.
One more comment. This is actually not a final audit or anything.
Sure.
It's simply your estimate of expenses at this time, because if you ran this every day, it would change every day.
Yes.
That's correct.
That's
So
correct.
this is what was
Average for the month?
for that particular time when the figures were actually.
That's correct.
So today they'd be different if you ran it again. So keep that in mind, that this is basically estimated for what the month was.
Right. That's correct, Sandy. Yes,
So
ma'am.
no reason to panic. Just
Yeah, there is no
should be
reason to
looking at
panic.
trend instead of specific report.
Right.
Money
Right,
in the
and
account.
potentially I'll pull all these P&Ls and make y'all some nice graphs on profits and loss of different departments and such for next meeting, maybe, because it's, you're right, a trend.
You might
is-
want to make
is-
wait a meeting or two until we have everything shored up.
Well, that's why I don't even read from the P&Ls. I told her it was kind of jacked up, so that's why I'm not even including that in my treasury report. So,
Okay, is that it?
I'm good.
Oh, Bill?
Yeah, I think Jason just mentioned it in the future, but you mentioned, for example, the motel brought in $10,000, let's say. So that sounds wonderful. But what did it cost for the motel? In other words, I'm thinking that a motel, golf course, et cetera, needs their own P&L profit and loss statement for the month. So you see actually what it costs you to run that particular operation or what it made running the particular operation.
We do have that. We just don't print that. That's a lot of pages. It is something that we look at.
No, I
We
just
have them
mean,
all
but-
broken out by motel, RV park. And when they're finished, it'll be hopefully in a better way to show this to you, that we can give a better breakout without printing 15,000 pieces of paper.
No, but it says, you say, wow, the motel made $10,000 on paper, right? You brought in $10,000. But what does it cost you to run it?
Yeah, you're wanting to know the net profit itemized
Yeah,
for
right,
each individual, whether it's for our money-making entities. Yeah, I understand that.
And Jason just mentioned that he's kind of working on that.
But here's the problem, Bill, is that, for instance, just a small example, when they were selling beer at the golf course, it was being attributed to the bar.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so there's so many things that are like that it's really hard to get an accurate profit and loss. So that is what everybody's trying to clean up right now. So when that gets done, is it going to be perfect? No, but it'll be much
No, I
more
understand.
precise.
I understand, because, for example, housekeeping, they do more than just a motel.
Right.
There's other places that they have to clean up.
And that's exactly why it's never going to be perfect, but it will, but we can get an idea enough to like Sandy and Jason are saying, to where we can see trends, and then we can find problems. So it will get cleaned up.
All right. Did you have anything else, Jason?
No.
Thank you.
Good job, Jason.
Well, thank the person that pointed out that we might have run out of money and
Thank the person that made him mad.
send me some emails to treasurer, and she'll have so many reports, it'll take you hours to read the figures.
All right, just a quick overview as our report. As he stated, the backhoe was fixed. We came in under budget by $5,000 or $6,000, so maybe close to $7,000, which usually it's it's going to be more. So that was very exciting to have it be less. The trash truck was fixed, I think, the previous month. It had some trouble, but it's up and running well. Triumvir started the new QuickBooks file December 1st, which is also why things are, they're shifting, but they should be trued up. In fact, they promised me by, other than our accounts receivable, that there's going to be a deep dive in. Everything else will be in the new one, up and running and looking good. And with just, fixes, if we want to see more detail, they'll switch it around and give us that. So, coupons were sent to those that needed them. I think we stated that in January, the assessments will go up. And so that will go out to everybody. Invoices will also start being sent to emails. We're working on a campaign. If you don't have your email address, we need it at the Fort. It's our official communication. So double check to make sure it's correct so that everybody gets the information they need. The search has started for the GM. We are posted on Indeed. It's also out in the 8:30 Times. It's on the website, Dispatch, and should be in the local paper next week. So we're just waiting for the flood. And we also have somebody actively going out there, of course, from our last meeting to find it. And that is all I have in general. So we can move into the committee reports. Airport? Nothing from the airport?
We never have anything from the airport. Who's on the airport committee?
They stopped
Stan
sending
Martin is the
but yeah,
committees. We need to meet with each individual committee because these are board committees and they've long been left out in the cold. So we need to reestablish them with the board and their scope.
Need liaisons, well.
Well, and there is I can't find half the documentation on some of the committees for, what their original scope was for, what their, everything that they're supposed to be doing and reporting to us. So it's something we have to look into one at a time on that elephant. Architecture.
I have a report submitted by architecture. Since our last meeting, architecture committee has approved 3 permits, tabled 1 for more information, and dealt with many violations. They're working with people to resolve their violations in a timely manner. They're still looking for people to fill 2 vacancies. Please attend 4 of our meetings on Tuesdays at 5 in the boardroom here and apply to be on the committee. That is a challenge. There will be no meeting on the 11th due to 3 members being out of town. Next meeting will be December the 19th. Respectfully submitted, Francis Bitter.
Recycling.
letter, yeah. She told me she sent in a letter.
Yeah.
Golf.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Over here like, what happened? Golf committee submitted a little report by Katie Brown. The winter months have few tournaments, and with the growing season over until spring, we haven't needed to contribute towards chemical products. And she says, wishing everyone a very Merry Christmas.
Oh, I missed two, didn't I? Preservation. Nothing for, HN, I think, is, in the hospital at
I
this
hope
point,
he's
so.
recovering well.
He is.
Yeah.
Recycling day?
This one. I'd rather hear from Helena McBride.
She always brings us good news.
I know.
I know.
She has good news.
So she says, good morning, all. Work has begun on laying the concrete slab, the foundation for the storage building. We're scheduled to ship bales and boxes on Wednesday, December 6th, and I'm sure that happened. Helena McBride.
I want to add something regarding the architecture committee. Yesterday, we got a tour of the landfill, and I learned a lot about our current landfill situation. And Philip Garcia is very incredible, very knowledgeable of our situation, and I'm very appreciative of all the information he gave us yesterday. But one of the topics we discussed is right now, architecture is sending out a lot of letters to our members who need to clean up their yards. And sometimes some of this stuff can be picked up as household trash, but other stuff are like white goods. And there's a cost to that. And it's important for everyone to understand that if I put out an oven, a stove that's broken out of my front yard, I can't expect maintenance to pick it up for free. There is a cost to that. I'm not sure if it's $10, $20, or $25. It's incumbent upon all of us to notify the office when we have an appliance, a TV, or something like that. Notify the office, pay our small fee so they can pick it up, because it's costing all of us to put it in a container and to be shipped out somewhere else. It's not going to the landfill. So just a reminder, if you have that type of item, please call the office, make arrangements, and they'll pick it up as quick as possible, as long as it's paid for. Unfortunately, we have members, they throw out their beds, they throw out stuff, and it sits out there because they haven't paid. The reason it sits out there as long as it does is because they have not paid. It's important that everyone pays for that particular item and thrown out. Thank you.
Do too. Also, I know that sometimes there's rentals and there's if there's a move out and there's a large pile, and that costs a lot extra. The Ford is willing to work with, those that have that to make a payment if that's what's, necessary, because that can be a big cost if you're clearing out the whole building.
People aren't taking
A
that
reasonable.
action. They're not taking that act. That's why Unit 1 exists. They'll take it to a dump. I mean, they'll dump it just someplace, and you don't know who's dumped it.
Yep.
So you can't say, hey, this.
Yeah. And that's always going to happen.
Yeah.
Just one sec.
How do we know what the costs are?
It's a list.
Philip has a list
He has it.
that we probably should post more
Yeah, not a lot of
often.
people know that there are Christmas.
Maybe we should have a garbage page on the
Yeah.
website.
Yeah.
It's up there at the hotel. There's a list on mattresses and white goods.
Well, we
Yeah,
send
not
out
everyone
a
knows that.
dispatch.
I think we
Well, and
got
I
it.
don't do
Well, let's do it
Facebook at
again.
all, but can you put something like this on the dispatch and the Facebook page?
Mhm.
And then perhaps maybe have Philip or somebody get a flyer, and they walk by, they see the mattress or the stove sitting there, tap it on there and let the owners know, okay, this is what it requires.
I mean, we really need to determine what are we going to do to people.
Yeah.
People don't care. Half
Oh,
the
they
people
don't.
I know don't care. They'll leave that thing sitting there for 2 months and trashing up the neighborhoods. And if it sits there, guess what? It might get blown away and be more trash everywhere. It happened. It's happened.
I don't,
You know.
you can't really add it to their statement like credit cards do.
So
Right.
The members are all adults, and everyone should be responsible for those type of items.
Yeah.
And they should at least call and inquire. I think 99% of the people have a phone. They can come up to admin. I mean, it's not that difficult, and we would appreciate everyone's
I
cooperation.
mean, I agree people should, but That's you, Memo. You're super reasonable and responsible. That's not everyone that lives here.
Well, yeah, I
There's varying
mean,
levels of
and that's
degeneracy,
anywhere,
and some are
anywhere
way
you
down
go.
here.
I
so,
like her idea of tapping a note on,
yeah.
sticking a note. I'm thinking that would be great, sorry. But that's okay, that's all I'm saying. That note would be very helpful in my, even in my neighborhood.
You know,
Yes, Bill?
in regard to that, if somebody mentioned renters, you know, if a renter moves out and he throws some of his trash out on the curb, well, they're gone, they could care less. So it should be stated somewhere that the landowner or the owner.
Landlord.
It already is.
It already
is
is.
clear that landlords are responsible for their tenants. I mean, one of my tenants parked by the volleyball court in the pool, and the port sent me a bill for $100 for putting a couple tracks in the grass. And I believe you, I went down and told that tenant, get your ass down there and pay for that, because I'm not paying you $100. You're gonna do it, and they did.
Well, that's fine, I understand.
Same with the trash, you know, obviously, it's gonna be my responsibility if someone dumps stuff out, the stuff. But generally, when tenants blow town, they leave all the stuff inside the house. They're not cool and stack it by the curb and stuff, you know, it's inside, and now I already have to do it. So,
Jason, you're not renting to, responsible to renters.
hey, you know what? I ask even 60, 70-year-old ladies, are you a meth head? Because you're not living in my place if you are. Seriously. And one of them turned out to be. She looked like a school teacher, and then she started tweaking out, and I said, no, lady, you're not getting in here. You know?
All right, we're on track here.
Regardless. So, I do a thorough
Who's back
local
here?
background check
We're on
for
TV
meth
land.
heads and
Okay.
stuff, you know?
Las Morris Restoration Project. Nothing, okay.
I don't have anything.
I don't think they've, other than last month, they pulled the light poles to sandblast them, the ones up by the parking lot. And I think they've received the grant for dark skies, and they're still looking for ones that will look appropriate, for the pool area. So I think that is all that's going on down there at the moment.
I do have one message from Mr. Hale, and that's that they've contacted a structural engineer to come in January at some point to look at the water around the pool. So that'll be happening hopefully next month.
The water?
The water around the pool, the drainage outside around the pool.
Great.
And it's a gentleman that's familiar with the pool already.
Like, what are you talking about?
Las Morris is the restoration.
And what water draining?
You know, the water that's always draining around the pool and the ditches and the drainage.
Oh, the
And
leaks?
Yeah.
Just the little leaks and stuff.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, he's just gonna come and make sure that it's all, we're okay.
Election committee.
Awesome.
I think it's the first time we've not had everybody, come up and
Gotta change the
report.
meeting law.
Shouldn't be a very long report, but we met this week, and as a reminder,
Stand a
All
little
candid-
closer to the microphone. Thank you, ma'am.
all candidate, I'm tall, but this is ridiculous. All candidate data sheets are due by 5 o'clock on January 3rd. Bad news, we haven't received even one. Now Letty tells me that we've had a few people pick up candidate data sheets. Well, we're not hearing the gossip about who's running like we usually do. We've got a list of 8 people that have been recommended to us that we're going to contact to see if any of them are interested. So far, we're batting 0, but we're going to keep trying. Tony attended our meeting this week, and I asked him to be ready to check with our HOA attorney on the chance that we get no candidates, because our bylaws do not address that, and I haven't been able to find it in 209. And so we need to know what will happen if that happens. We may have to run the election anyway, because we do accept write-in votes. And it could be a write-in campaign, which would really be complicated to deal with. So, people, turn in your candidate data sheets. I can see half a dozen people here that should be fine. Good people out there. Another reminder, please make all address changes before the 60-day period of January 31st. Now, we don't print the labels until after that, so if you have a last minute one, you can still do it with Gabby. But last year, we had, a whole list of people that the envelopes came back to us with a bad address. It was almost not quite twice the year before, which was only 19. It was like 28 this time. So I'll be a broken record, change your address. Wherever you are in February and March, where the ballots are sent, is the address we need, where you are. Other than that, we are moving right along. I worked with Cassie the other day on ordering envelopes, ballot printing, what we need on that. She's got all kinds of notes, and we'll be working together till it's done. So other than that, I don't have anything new.
Sandy,
You might want to remind people what the deadline for submitting their candidate application is.
Again, it's on the candidate data sheet, and it's January 3rd, 5 o'clock, no exceptions. We have asked for dispatch to every Monday now through the election to send out the reminder for candidate data sheets.
Well, we can have her add on there to get their to people or do a separate one to have people double check their address.
I will do that.
Okay.
A little bit closer to that date, because if I send it too early, people go, oh, I'll change it later. So you kind of sometimes have to get to the point where a panic sits in before anybody does it. Kind of like trash. Anything else?
Sandy, you don't need to be desperate anymore. Here's my application. And we don't need to hire attorneys for.
And you'll be getting mine as well, so.
You know
there's
what,
two
that-
candidates.
Okay,
I'm announcing my candidacy right here. I'm one. We're batting 1,000 today.
and right here in public, in front of everybody, I'm accepting it.
Very good.
All right. Thank you very much, Memo. And you said, Jason, you're going to be?
Yes, I will.
Okay, you can leave it with Letty at the desk. Okay, or if you see me wandering around here.
All right.
Okay, thank
Very
So
good.
I can stop my effort at the research.
Yes.
you. Now can.
Effective immediately.
Thank you. But we had to, because
No.
elections are very, very important, and they're controlled by the state. And our bylaws really are a reflection of the law itself. Language is actually taken mostly from 209. So we would have had to do that if that circumstance. Anything else? Great, thank you, guys.
Memo, thank you for turning that in, and Jason for announcing as well. I'm the youngest member to be elected onto the board and go through that process, and it's the first time I've ever been through this process, in my life. And I've learned a lot since then. And so, we, in every committee that we have, we're struggling to keep members. We have our younger generation, for whatever varying hypothetical reasons, we're lacking participation. So I want to encourage. I'm glad that they're running, but I want to, and I'm not necessarily encouraging anybody to not run or run. But I am encouraging people to run for the right reasons, because when I ran for office against Linda O'Brien, I didn't run because I didn't like Linda O'Brien. I ran for a lot of the wrong reasons and a lot of the right reasons. I was mad at the board. I was mad at the situation. And I've told all these folks here that was wrong. And I truly believe that. The other 50% of why I ran was because I wanted to help. And I felt like that was the calling that pulled me in that direction. So I'm just asking, people that do decide to run for the right reasons. You don't see us fighting up here for a reason, because we've agreed to be civil, we've agreed to work together, and we're all smart enough to know that we are not going to agree all the time. And we want to, and I think they all agree with me, we want to, at the very least, pass down a new thought process for every board after us. We want to make sure that as new members revolve in and out of here, that we all keep the same civility, we all keep the same, tone at heart, that we are working together, and that we are as civil and mature as we can be in front of y'all on a day-to-day basis and in private. And so, if you do want to run, and I encourage people to run, not because these board members aren't great, just run for the right reasons. I made that mistake. I've admitted to them. I've admitted to my wife. Run for the right reasons. Run because you care about the poor, not because you have a vendetta, because we have enough vendettas. Let's move this in the right direction and keep this going, so that maybe the next 15 years we don't have boards that fight, because that's really what we should be doing. And that's it. I just hope that people want to continue to participate, not just here, but architectural committee and then community council. We need people to step up to the plate and carry on what we believe.
Rest assured, I'm not mad, and it's been a privilege to serve these last 3 years. And I look forward to another 3 years, because you can only serve on the board for 2 terms. There's a lot of work to be done continually, and it's probably gonna be a lot of work even after I get out, or I'm voted out.
Thank you both for running them.
Yep.
and,
Thank you, gentlemen.
and for all these. And I just want to say, ditto, we don't need to go on and on, but we are a wonderful community. I ran because I love this place, and I want to help. And there might have been a little bit of anger in there, maybe.
And being on the board
But-
is a serious responsibility and a commitment of your time. It's not just, show up here and talk a bunch of trash. I mean, seriously, it takes time, and it's constant daily things that you're going to have to deal with. So if you're ready to step up, somebody do it. Let's go.
Just to finish, I just want to say that I love this community. I love that everybody comes because you care, because you're a part of this community, because you want to see it succeed, and we love living here. So I appreciate everyone here and everyone out there for being involved. Thanks. Yes, Bill?
I think the mindset is the problem, in that this is a business, not a country club. And you got to think like a business. In other words, you're in business to make money and improve whatever you've got, not just pat somebody on the back and say, "You're a good old boy. I'll definitely give you an extra 3 feet of property."
Correct. All right, community council report.
I go even lower. Realize how short I am. Intimidating. Just that this is not part of the report, but I think all of community council, which is all of you, I think you would agree with me that the attitude of our present board is much appreciated. I think you're changing the attitude of all of us by your example.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you get a report for Clark Days or the eclipse from Francis? I think not.
No, I did talk to her, but if you may have more information than I do.
They're hoping to be home tomorrow or Monday. For Clark Days, I just want to tell you that it's up and going and blowing. And the next meeting date, the schedule for Fort Clark Days, January the 3rd and January 17th. In February, we will start meeting on February 7th and meet every Wednesday. These are at 6 p.m. in this room. The next Eclipse Committee meeting, it was January 10th, but that had to be canceled.
It's also
Is it
tomorrow.
Pardon?
There's one tomorrow.
There is one tomorrow.
Well,
Maybe
it was canceled.
Francis won't be here.
Francis won't be
It's
here.
not tomorrow.
So I did get notice that that's
Thank you.
postponed.
Yeah. Oh dear. Okay.
Um,
That was the
Eclipse.
The eclipse.
That's canceled now?
They postponed was her word in the communication, yeah. The regular scheduled next one will be January 14th. But because she used the word postponed, I'm assuming that when she's back and everything moved at their house with HN's help, that she will schedule one for some time in December when she is back. They will meet from now on Sundays here. And it would be, the next scheduled would be January 14th, then February 4th and 18th, and in March every Sunday. And the Eclipse Committee is basically many of the same people that serve on the Port Committee. And both of those committees welcome anybody who would like to join. So that's part of this report. The only other thing is that both of those committees are requesting that at least one of the board members attend each meeting. Because there's sometimes something comes up and we got to go, oh, well, what happened? And if one of you could be there as the liaison, maybe not the same person, maybe the same person. Memo, you did for Clark Days last year.
Yeah, I got no problem with it.
So,
Jason, I was going to ask, because you went to a couple of their meetings, would you liaison for Eclipse?
I've got some ideas on the eclipse, sure.
okay.
Liaison.
Just talked about.
Yeah, you're not on the
It's
committee.
all behind.
I'm not just gonna sit there and point out.
No, you-
They'll appreciate your input.
No, your input will be,
Well,
how do I put this? Because the way it's worded in our bylaws, your input would be greatly appreciated, but your vote will not count.
Well, I guess I get to vote on some things as a board member. Indirectly, yes.
Absolutely.
All right.
And that's confusing too, because I mean, Memo served last year on the Fort Clark days, and of course he contributed to it. And we very rarely actually vote on anything. I mean, it's a consensus. So, we hope, Community Council hopes that this is the last time that we have to switch days, because it was expressed to me that there was a potential for harm to our 501c3 standing if we don't meet on the third Saturday of each month, because it's in our bylaws.
Doing the second.
A second. And I don't know if yours is specific that way.
Ours is not. No. Okay.
And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
very much.
All right, email votes. Maintenance required 19 tires. They waited till each tire had about 50 plugs in it. So we had an email vote for 19 tires for maintenance. They came out to $2,601.27. They were able to they went with discount tire instead of who they usually used, and knocked off probably $700-800 on the cost. So that was a unanimous vote. We have no old or unfinished business. So we'll go right to the discussion item, which is the landfill invoice. Do you want to give just a brief, just real quick, why we're on this invoice?
Sure. Okay.
Do chronology, please.
I guess maybe first, we're trying to, this is not about, it's not about dragging anybody down. This is about doing the right thing and getting a contractor that didn't work for us paid. And unfortunately, we do not know all of the details of this invoice. We just know that the work was performed. And so at the end of last year, Mr. Blake Ward, went to the dump, the landfill, and he dug test holes and cleared out probably in approximately a 3-acre area, maybe 4 acres. And got it ready for potentially constructing the new, one new cell of the landfill.
4 cells.
Well, but there only one is cleared.
But Philip said you could put 4 cells there.
You can, no, I'm saying only one he did work on is cleared.
Okay.
He did clear the brush for one cell. So he cleared the brush for one cell, did engineering, engineering and survey tests on one cell in order to start the construction of that cell. Now, y'all might have some questions, but our documents in state law obviously says that anything above $2,500 has to be voted on by the board. This was never voted on by the board. Anything above $50,000 per state law has to be voted on by the board as well, and has to have a bid process. It's not necessarily defined, but obviously almost every state agency, company in the country uses a 3-bid process. So that would be what I would consider to be reasonable, right? I think probably everybody here would consider that to be reasonable. That process was not followed in this situation. We know that because these two were on the board and never heard anything about it until we got the invoice. So without dragging anybody under the bus or really, there's just no point in any of that. This topic of discussion is here for us to, in my opinion, do what's right by a contractor and pay an invoice for work that he was performed because he was told to do it. Even though multiple layers of whatnot were broken, he still did the work. And so that's where this is all coming from. And then it's a sizable amount of money. And so we don't want to do it in an email vote with no context, because anybody in their right mind would see that and go, what is this? And this is public information. So that's where it's starting from. And I'm sure everybody will have their opinion on it.
Let me add something to it real quick. This work started in September and October. Lisa and I were on the board. We determined that yesterday when we were at the landfill. And it was witnessed by Philip Garcia while he opened the gates, he let the person in, Mr. Ward, to do all the work. None of this came to light until after the April 23 meeting, and that it was told to all. It was John Wiley's first meeting, and Mr. Peterson told us we're going to have a bill for $15,000. That's how it all came about, and we've been doing some research, some follow-up, some double checking, and it got to the point where we went and actually looked at all of us looked at the property yesterday. Not Tony, but all of us 4 went to look at the property yesterday to see what it was done. If we're going to pay out the bill is for $17,000, I believe $900. I want to request that my understanding, there is a map, there's some engineering notes, there's a record of all this. Before we pay out a check, that we get all that information, so that we have it in a little file that says that all this work was done, because my understanding is the work that was done, if we do another landfill in a couple of years, it's kind of already been started. So then somebody will come in there and finish it up. But it's all engineered out or platted out, the way I understand it. Is that correct, John?
That's
what we understand it. So, and we will know that to be a fact once we get the engineering notes. So it's unfortunate that it all went down that way. Now keep in mind, in April, we learned about it. We went back and forth on it up until May, and then after the May meeting, Mr. Peterson resigned. So here we are.
And he hasn't been paid.
The person who did the work has not been paid. And also there was no contract. There was no contract. Because the contract would have to be presented to the board. So just to get complete information, it's added information to it. Yes.
Well, I was going to wait and see. Tony or Jason or John, do you want to add anything?
Well, I would like to the same extent echo what John said. This is not, excuse me. What I have to say about this is in no way meant as criticism of Blake Ward. But I will tell you that if I was in the business of doing that, I would have, number one, a written contract. I have reviewed the invoice a couple of times, and what keeps jumping out at me is the explanation under the portion of the invoice that says survey and consultation, where it's pretty clear that he says a full GPS survey was performed to integrate to the existing landfill specs, elevation/grades, etc. Consultation with engineer hired by, it says Standard Development to meet TCEQ regulations. Survey markers placed and elevation set to perform the scope of work agreed upon, time and material. Our engineer was hired and located by us in order to save Fort Clark Springs the large expense of hiring other firms. I'm not exactly sure what that means. But all approved by the director. This was all inclusive in our original bid proposal to construct an entire new cell. What is that?
That's the bid. That was a bid. I sent you an email, but that's a hard copy.
Okay. So when was this bid submitted?
I have to look at the email. It was, I think, in January.
After.
I have to
Okay,
double check the email.
okay, but, so it was submitted to whom?
We believe Peterson,
Okay,
Mr. Peterson.
and what you just described, Mr. Guzman, was that we, the board, did not know about it until April
April
of this year.
this year.
So the other members could go to the landfill yesterday. I couldn't go. But what I'd like to know from y'all, is it clear to you that the work was done, number one?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay,
Philip Garcia also was a witness to the work.
okay. So I don't think there's any question that if he did the work, that he has standing to be paid for it. And I don't have any qualms about that. Of course, I'm not an engineer and I'm not a construction person, but I expect that you all would be satisfied that the work that he bid or proposed to do was in fact done. But I do believe, with the reference in his invoice to having an engineer do some work that resulted in engineering documents being prepared, that we ought to be entitled to that.
Yes, sir.
Before we pay, before we pay.
Right, and so we don't have those yet, is that right?
That's correct.
Has any inquiry been made into whether he has those documents available?
Not yet, no.
Okay, so we don't even know if he has them, but he refers to them in his invoice.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
And Philip is reasonably sure he has all of that.
Okay. And she stated that.
Right.
The gentleman in the back had his hand first.
Oh, sorry, there was a gentleman in the back first.
Okay, thanks.
The mic, please.
Back to me, thank you.
The mic, please. Mike,
I have to get up to ask a question? Ask a question?
you're on TV land.
That's for TV land. Oh, what did I follow? It's Shorty over here. Okay. We're on TV. Did Blake do the work?
Yes.
Is he the one that, okay, and he hired an engineering company?
Yes.
Can't you just contact the engineering company and ask for their documents? It should be there who we got.
Well,
He'll
Mr.
provide
Mr.
that.
Ward is asking us to pay him for it, If he acquired it, then we ought to get it from him.
From
I-
what?
I doubt there's gonna be a problem getting a hold of
Yeah.
the document.
Yeah.
We haven't paid anybody, they want the money, give us the document.
Yeah, you did everything in writing, and also because the same thing, you said he did GPS settings, you should have that documentation showing where it was surveyed and everything.
Right.
And, but you did say the work was done. And that was part of the prep work for the next 3 cells also, kind of clear?
Yeah.
Well, for one cell.
Yeah.
One is is one ready to go? Or
Well,
close
the
to?
prep work
The
is,
prep work.
Okay.
yeah.
But the other 3 that you're talking about, were those been surveyed also part of this, contract?
Bill said.
Not as part of this contract, not as part of this invoice.
It's four.
But it
John was
all-
very clear with me before y'all got that it was for 4 cells, right, Jason?
But that's not
guess
the
I'm not-
scope of this invoice.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, the TCEQ, the original, what was the name of the company? Because we switched work. There is a plat or a plan for all 4 cells.
Right,
But this work being that we possess, that the fort possesses, okay? But this work is just for somebody telling him, hey, start this one cell, get this going because we're about to run out of room, get
Yeah.
this going. That's all the scope of this is we're talking about.
okay, so I guess the essence is you really never, the contract was never signed, you just had a proposal?
know,
That's
After
correct.
after the fact, yeah.
It appears that they just told him to start the work. That's what it appears
Yeah.
like, based on what Mr. Garcia told us yesterday. Go do it.
Oh, I'm probably gonna get hollered at, but not with the card this for, but wouldn't be kind of remissive for the previous board member not to talk with Mr. Peters, say we need a contract?
Yes, but
Okay, that's fine.
We had to have known.
But at the end of the day, at the end of the day, we're talking about doing what's right,
Yes,
right? And then there's also other issues, right? So you have, whether you have a contract or not, in most states, if you shake somebody's hand and you tell them, hey, start the work, get started, and they do the work, that is a contract. So you have promissory estoppel,
yes.
which is promises made, and then you have quantum merit, which is, or maybe merit, I don't remember, I don't know exactly how to say it, but that's a reasonable amount that you should be paid for the work that you've performed. So there are still legal binding contractual terms, even though there is no paper contract. And for me, the linchpin would be is that Blake Ward did not have a key to the gate.
Oh,
So it's not like he just
Yeah.
decided to do it.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
somebody
that's
let
fine.
him in and told him to do it.
Yeah.
And that right there would be kind of,
I mean, clearly Peterson should have let the board know. I mean, GM's got a 25 an hour spending limit, not a massive start projects at the dump, not tell anyone about it limit.
I think everybody would agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my final question is, okay, the contract or the proposal was for like 70-some thousand? The
200,000.
whole, is that for
No.
all 4?
200,000.
Oh, I missed that figure.
That it stopped. So well, because we were getting bids at the time, that's the irony of all this. That was happening, and I was getting bids from 2 other companies. Those bids came in, and we were negotiating we were talking about those bids, and then all of a sudden, boom, it went down in April.
Okay, so how much money are we going to be paying to start this?
We're not gonna.
Well, what we're to make this right is $17,692.50. But it's not wasted,
Right, oh, no, that's fine, that's fine.
well, presumably.
presumably.
If we can get the engineering data.
Yeah.
From Mr. Ward, then it's not wasted, right? The work
Right.
that he did, the trees aren't going to grow back. The test holes, which it looked to me that there was around 20 test holes, that data should be presented to us, and the GPS data should be presented. And then, it's not wasted. And whether it's Mr. Ward or one of the other contractors that comes in at a later date to do this work, they do have a starting point.
I agree, you have to have something in writing, like you said, the
Yeah.
test holes,
Yeah.
the survey lines, the whole schmear like that, but,
Yeah.
well, to quote a famous lane, what we had here is a lack of communication. Okay.
More like no communication.
Well, yeah. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Quick comment. The man did the work, paid part of the bill. He's done the work. You can't have him out there waiting for his money. And number two, telling you need some additional information to pay the balance.
Yes, sir.
Well,
Number
that's
three, this is a key word, composting. We keep hauling all this crap out to the dump, running the gas off to dump all these leaves and stuff. We've tried for years here to do some composting on the golf, where we have a lot of excess water. I go out and play golf in the morning and there's water
That-
standing all over.
That's a whole other
That's
conversation.
okay, but you're talking about the dump out there that's costing you a lot of money. It's gonna cost you a lot more money. Put that on your agenda and let's find something where we can do it right here locally and use some of the excess water. Please, thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there any more discussion? Do you
What
want to
is
make a
the
motion?
proposed plan? Are we going to vote on whether or not this will be paid or?
Yeah, we're gonna vote on it.
That's what,
And then hopefully, just so that we're all clear too, because there was a lot of emotions tied up in the idea that the dump would have to be closed within a matter of months. That I specifically spoke with Philip about the time that it takes. We crunched all the man hours. You know, when you run a dump operation, we have to have insurance on a dump truck. It has to, be street legal to be able to get on the highway. You have to have somebody with a CDL to drive it. Then you have to have the equipment to load it up, the manpower to load it up, which that's all uncontrollable costs because we have to do that regardless of whether we have a dump or not. We have to pick up trash. But once it leaves the port, now that's an additional cost because that amount of time to do that, the equipment that's needed at the landfill, a backhoe is needed to load up fill dirt, the 4 inches of cover that we need for each trash pickup. We have to have a D6 dozer that has to have fuel, oil, maintenance, insurance. And then we have to have the man hours in a dump truck to haul the dirt. So 3 pieces of equipment to do your trash every week once it gets to the landfill. Okay. And all those pieces of equipment have to have fuel, oil, tires, all the necessary items to move 4 inches of topsoil, compact it at the landfill and all that good stuff. So if the landfill closed today, there's no, dare I say, negative necessary effect. If we can put it in dumpsters and haul it to Eagle Pass, and that's the same exact thing that the city of Brackville does, and it doesn't really cost us any extra money. But the landfill, as we understand it today, will last us anywhere from another 2 to 3 years. So we do have some time to get this done, and we don't have to construct 3 new cells or 4 new cells, whatever I can't remember if it's 3 or 4 is total, but we can construct 1 cell, and that 1 cell would last us anywhere from 10 to 15 years. So there's no skies falling crazy scenario going on here. It is under control, and I think that we need to trust the employees a little bit too here. Philip, if there was a significant emergency, Philip would bring that to us and say, hey, we're in trouble. Okay, and we would solve it. And that's not what's going on here. It is under control. The sky's not falling, and this work is not wasted. Hopefully it will carry on to a year from now or 2 years from now when we do have to start constructing this cell.
Yesterday in our landfill education, we learned that Fort Clark doesn't produce a lot of it produces trash, but not a whole lot, which is a good thing. But I think he said a truckload and a half or 2 truckloads. The recycle is helping us a lot regarding cardboard and all the stuff we're taking out to the recycle center. So the members who are participating in recycle are really, really helping us, helping the entire community in regards to the landfill. It's been a big, big help. That's it.
do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the payment to Standard Development for their invoiced amount, with the stipulation that any GPS surveying for elevation, grade, and test results from the test holes is supplied to us prior to payment.
Engineering, all
Right,
engineering
all
work.
engineering documents provided to us.
I second that motion.
All in favor?
All right.
Motion passes. Next item, I've forgotten already. Realtor to market for Clark Springs property. We contracted with one realtor, Hay Realty, last year. And her contract is up, so we're going to open it back up. She is going to throw her hat back in, but we thought we would open it up to see if there were any other realtors that would like to give us a proposal. I don't know if you guys want to
Do we
discuss
know,
any of
do we
that,
know
or-
how many lots or properties that were sold while we contracted the realtor?
I did not get that number for today.
We don't know.
So,
What are we gonna?
Are we gonna advertise or send out a dispatch or?
well, and that was the discussion is, I mean, you know, we can open it back up, advertise.
On January 1st?
Yes, for January 1st.
Perfect.
Given that we have a full board, and when this was done, it was not a full board, and Tony seems to know something about real estate and such, I think we should discuss the whole way it's done and see what kind of improvements we might be able to make to that process, whether it's with our current realtor or someone different.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those properties being maintained?
No, most of them. The ones I'm
Most
aware
of them are, but not all.
No vote, right?
No, we don't have a vote. I just didn't, I want to put it on here.
Yeah, well, we have a decent framework for where we are right now, with selling the lots. And, we can just put that back out. And once again, this is a proposal, so somebody could come to us and say, I want 50% commission. It's just your proposal. We just need proposals for somebody that would like to participate in selling the Fort Clark lots.
So like you said, there's not a need for a vote on this.
No.
In reality, all we're doing is opening it up again, asking for proposals
Yes.
that would be
Sorry, I
be
wasn't clear.
effective January the 1st.
Yes.
The whole idea of hiring the realtor was to free up, to get someone motivated to start selling the Fort Clark properties. I know some have sold, which those people are now own them and are paying membership, which is our long-term goal, is to get rid of all the Fort Clark properties, sell them, get active memberships, and start collecting on those memberships. That's the long-term goal on that. And that's why we hired a realtor in the first place, and that's why I will support hiring a realtor again in January.
But it's also a very short amount of time to give people a chance to put in a proposal. It's going to be Christmas, New Year's. I mean, what are we talking? A couple of weeks?
We don't have to decide till February 1st.
Yeah. Okay.
Remember, I didn't hear you said you will support or don't support?
I will support
Oh.
hiring a realtor to sell.
Yeah. And it's not really hiring, it's them proposing what kind of commission they would want and the details of how they would market it. Because without a realtor, we can't put any of our lots on the MLS. And it is cost prohibitive really for individual realtors to sell a lot. It's the same amount of work as selling a house and they don't make any money. So it's more enticing to give it to one person so that they're marketing the entire thing. And so that's our reason behind that. And if that's where we are, then we will put out a dispatch and announce that.
I have one announcement.
Yeah, it's a good start. At least put a for sale sign on it. Half of them don't have a for sale sign.
There's a reason for that.
Well, there's reasoning behind that from the realtors. And from the respect, it looks like we're having a fire sale or that, there's a problem. We have all these lots out there. So.
And there are other ways besides putting one in every single lot.
Yeah.
There's other strategies. We'll be discussing that.
And that'll be, when we pick the realtor, that'll be presented as to what the strategy is. Okay.
I just have one announcement.
All right. I guess we're on to announcements.
People have mentioned to me and asked me about the trees. The trees are being watered, and we're monitoring it. Okay, so the head of the guys who are watering the trees. It's a lot of work. They have to do it by buckets. It's a slow process, but the trees are being watered and we're trying to save as many of them, trying to save them all. And we'll find out in the spring how they are. But just be rest assured, we're on top of it, but we're monitoring it. We're monitoring to make sure that they're being watered on a regular basis.
Does anybody have any announcements?
I'd like to get back to this situation. The task force would love the cow manure, the grass, and the leaf clippings, and we'll supply the water out there. And then the golf course, and the people around here that need some real good stuff after a year and a half. And you don't have to drive the truck, get by the truck, and get a license to drive down the highway to go to dump. Just take it. Give it some thought, give it some consideration. We've talked about it for years. It needs a plan, and it needs some time.
Thank you. Did you want to?
I just had a question, since we were following up with trees. Can you tell us about the stripes down the road?
It should be this coming week. I know we keep saying that, but they have either had leaks that they were dealing with, or the fact that the striper is actually owned by the school. And so every time they're freed up, it seems like there was I don't know if it was a soccer game, there was something, so they needed their striper. So then we couldn't use it. But he is hoping to start this coming week. I want it done. I know.
Especially now that it's dark.
Yes. Yes. Any other announcements?
I do. On Monday, we officially started the collective arts for arts and artisans. We will come with a big thing for you guys, but I wanted you to know that we're there and we've started that process.
Okay.
The only studio that we have right now, if they want studio space, is going to have to be up at where we are now. I don't know. We had a manager when we had a flood up there, and we had to fix 38 windows. We had about $200 worth of canvases that were worked.
Okay.
So we went to the manager and he said, we'll get those fixed, or get them fixed. So we did. It was about $900 for windows.
We have the receipts that
Okay.
were turned in.
I think there's one that's not up there. So we just got a late one. So I just want to know that we did that so it'd be safe to put your stuff up there. And there was the outside, and on our contract it says outside stuff.
Okay.
We're going to do a little electrical to make it a little bit safer too, but we'll pay for that. But I wanted you to know there's a collection, and it's not just about studio space. It's about anybody that's doing art and artisan at Fort Clark and in Kinney County. We have about 50 members, and that's not including the theater and the music people that are asking. We're going to put them in, phase them in. So that's kind of the plan. I'll bring that all to y'all probably in January.
Okay, thank you.
But I want you to know that they're official, and we're saying we're from Fort Clark. So please don't fuss at us if we send something else that way, because we want to be part of that process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have one. I just want to know when we can expect to know who's in charge of the maintenance of the creek. I keep hearing all kinds of things.
I did speak. Go ahead.
Oh, as well as the roads. So those are the two questions that I would like.
I can't speak to the roads, but I can speak to the creek. More drama. So when the creek was when the creek was dry, the water board actually offered for a contractor to come in, because the water board's not just responsible for groundwater, but they see it as their role to be responsible for runoff and stuff like that too. So obviously all the water within town runs into Lost Moors Creek between 131 and then right over here just in Rendezvous Park. So they actually offered for they would pay a contractor to clean from the pool all the way to Scales Road and clean it up and do a turnkey job. What actually ended up happening was while it was dry, which I'm sure y'all are, some people in Unit 1 and others are aware, is that Philip and some of the guys went in there and started cleaning that up, and then Mr. Peterson tried to send an invoice to the water board. That's not what the water board agreed upon. The water board said, we will pay for a contractor to go in there with the proper equipment and do a turnkey job. So the fort, to my knowledge, is ultimately responsible for Clark's, the creek. However, there are people, the water board, that are willing to help if we get another dry time. God forbid we don't, but that I think that they're willing with this new board to deal with us to maybe follow up on that and help clean the creek from the pool all the way down the Scales Road, which would be awesome. You know, I mean, that's a very used part.
Well,
So-
I pulled out so much, when it was dry, I pulled out a lot of debris, also, besides trash, a lot of debris. And when maintenance did their brush pickup, they had those young boys working this summer, I think. Didn't they have some kids working with them? Or
I don't know.
well, they did. And they tossed that stuff back in. And I went, I mean, it was a lot. You could do a big bonfire with it. And I went in and pulled it back out again, and there it sits still. And that's been about 2 years.
So when I was in a machine cleaning the trails, I saw all the stuff in the creek, and of course, I mean, since a kid, I hadn't walked a creek. It's not something I've done. But now that I've gone along the creek, it's pretty eye opening. There's an unbelievable amount of debris. I mean, a lot of debris in the creek. There's
And a lot of the
refrigerators and-
trash that's in the creek does come from the city. And I wish we could put those flash floodgates up that stop things, but
Yeah, it'd probably just
It
get
flood
ripped
out
down.
bracket down.
yeah.
But it's on our radar, and
Yeah.
and hopefully, you know, I don't want to hope for a dry creek again. But in the event that it does go dry while I'm here, I'll make it a point to work with the city and see if we can get that fixed, because it's going to require a couple
I'll
of
be
skid
there
steers,
too.
a few guys
Yeah.
with chainsaws, and they're just going to have to methodically go down and pull all the dead brush in. And if it's dry, maybe we can make a little fire run in the middle and just start burning stuff in the bed of the creek. And it wouldn't hurt anything. It'd be good for the creek. So it'd be good for the soil and be gone.
We do have a, yes, I don't know if they report to you guys, but there is an association for saving the San Morris Spring, and they meet monthly.
Yeah.
So there's another.
Right.
They presented, I understand they sent something to the board. They need to do some more work, but they're working.
They communicate with us.
Yeah, okay, just, I know they're there. Yeah.
Now, the roads I don't know about, but the creek
Okay.
is our responsibility.
Can we
And
check in
and I
with
think
the
there's
roads?
people,
Yeah.
not just the city that might help. There might be some other government entities that would help too. So
Yeah.
Maybe a grant.
Yeah.
There's a grant.
Yeah.
I saw one.
And this is the last, so.
Yeah, just a little history, from several years ago, or over the past years. After one of the floods, the county actually came in and cleaned out the creek because of the flooding, especially through that shallow area around Unit 1. They came in and cleaned it out. Over the past several years, well, I've been here 13, we have tried to take out deadwood and so forth around the creek, but that's a riparian area. And we were not permitted by the county and the water board 15 feet of either side of the creek. Because once the water leaves the creek, it belongs to Texas. And the creek bed, we were always told on either side of the creek belonged to the county and the water board. So we were limited in what we could do. For the same reason that we tried several years ago when the creek and the spring ran dry to clean out this spring. And they said, TCEQ said, no, because that's native growth in the spring and you could only remove weeds and things that weren't native growth. So we couldn't do anything.
I did it anyway.
No, you
Too bad.
Come get me.
Come get me.
The association didn't do it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So I have to warn members a little bit, because if we were fined by the association, or if the association was fined and we found out it was a member, guess who the association is going to ask to pay the fine?
But
Well, I
If you
think
didn't know-
it's something we need to research,
Yeah.
just to,
Please
if
do, because
things have
you need to
changed,
check
yeah.
with the state TCQ, the county and the water board, because I think we've been given conflicting information over the past several years.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's their responsibility and they don't want it, so they just tell you it's yours.
Yeah,
But before I go in cutting anything from a riparian area like dead wood or brush or anything, you need to check on that, because that could affect erosion.
Sure.
After heavy rains or floods.
And usually governments don't care, I didn't know.
Yeah.
That's not an excuse. My attorneys tell me that, oh, you didn't know? Too bad. You should have known.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's.
So, yeah, can I go in or can't I go in?
Because it's our job to know.
Yeah.
So I just thought I'd give you a little history, just so you're aware that there's been some conflicting information in the past about who gets to do what.
You know, regarding the creek, the creek and the water that comes from Fort Clark, like John meant, from Bracketville, the county, protects the area. It seems to me, we're not only Fort Clark members, but we are county residents that pay county taxes to the county officials who should be taking care of all county property, and especially when it's protecting the city of Bracketville and the county as well. So it seems, no doubt there needs to be more questions asked.
All right. We are adjourned to executive session at
Thank y'all for coming.
10:41.
I have a question. Is the board aware that some of the streetlights are owned by the port, not the co-op or other? How do you, I stopped at the office, they said, contact the REA. I did. No, they said they can't do it because it's owned by the port. Unit 14 light has been out over 5 months. It continues to click. So I know there's electricity where we are paying, but no light. I checked with the water board or the MUD to see if there's any ruling on by the fire hydrant. No. The only thing that I was told, shoot out the light and it will get fixed.
Oh my God.
How good a shot are you?
On it, on it. Will I do it? I'll arrange it, don't worry.
Ms. Dave, you have submitted a work order already, right? And it hasn't been
I
paid.
stopped at the office, they said, we don't deal with that. Talk to the co-op.
We'll talk to Philip.
I've got it here, I'm gonna put it back in.
Okay.
We'll talk to
You
Philip.
know what? Give it to her. It's a work order. Make sure.
Or, I need
We ready? All right, it's 3:49. We are now back in session. We have no votes to take, no decisions were made that need a vote. And so we are adjourned.
Next meeting?
Oh, well, are you still rolling? Our next meeting will be January 20th? Do I get that
Double
right?
check. January 20th.
Yeah, January 20th, 9 a.m.
2024.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Now, you guys want to